Voilà, est-ce que ça marche? Ah, je vais pas mettre ce mode-là parce que je n'affiche toujours pas le chat. Problème de réglage de caméra. Voilà. Donc, alors, salut tout le monde. Ah, allô? Qu'est-ce qui se passe là? Qu'est-ce qui se passe là? Est-ce que je peux avoir la rediff, s'il vous plaît? Ah, ah bah ça marche. Voilà, j'ai eu le retour, enfin. Bon, alors ça fonctionne maintenant. Alors, sachez que ça m'est déjà arrivé d'avoir cet effet précis, où c'est qu'on a l'impression que je suis en train d'électrocuter des souris, ou je sais pas ce que je suis en train de faire. Tu sais, on entend des souris faire... C'est ça qu'on entend. Alors là, c'est un problème que j'ai déjà eu une fois. Hein. C'est un problème que j'ai déjà eu une fois, je l'ai même déjà eu plusieurs fois, où c'est que je tourne un ClubNeige Gaming tout entier, je fais « Ouais, salut tout le monde! Bienvenue dans ce nouveau ClubNeige Gaming !» Et 3 heures plus tard, eh ben, je regarde le résultat et j'entends que ça fait... J'ai déjà posté la vidéo. J'ai tout fini la vidéo. J'ai même désinstallé le jeu que j'ai review. Et la vidéo est niquée. Du coup, maintenant, normalement, c'est un réflexe. J'enregistre toujours une petite séquence où c'est que je fais n'importe quoi juste pour enregistrer mon son, voir si ça marche. Bon, alors voilà. Donc, on recommence. Je recommence l'enregistrement. Du coup, salut tout le monde et bienvenue dans ce stream. Du coup, bah merci à Tim pour m'avoir prêté son compte qui me permet de jouer à The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Du coup, salut Tim, salut Puzzle, salut Warringen, salut Aizen Haddad, salut Olivier et salut Julie Amelia. Bienvenue ce soir dans ce stream. Donc voilà, alors sans perdre plus de temps, je ne comprends pas à part ça d'où venait ce problème de son. Hein. Je ne comprends pas. C'est de temps en temps ça merde, ça fait ça. Faut pas chercher, faut pas chercher. Il n'y a jamais rien qui marche. Pourquoi ça marcherait correctement pour une fois? Alors, On va passer en mode machin, truc muche. Donc ce stream devrait durer... donc voilà, je vous mets pas le... Je ne vous mets pas le chat dans le retour de la vidéo. Tout simplement à cause de ces histoires de bots. J'ai encore un peu la frousse. Je ne sais pas si je peux me le permettre ou si ça risque de me faire raga de ma chaîne. Mais j'ai pas trop envie que ça arrive, quoi. Donc, du coup, The Stanley Parable. On va commencer. Simplement. Caméra de merde. Bah oui, bien sûr. Pourquoi la caméra tiendrait? Hein, cette espèce de caméra de merde qui fonctionne avec une espèce de pince pourrie. Ah non, même pas. Je vais me déplacer moi. Hein. C'est plus simple. Voilà, si jamais il y a un moindre souci, vous me le dites. Donc voilà, je n'ai jamais joué à Stanley Parable. Je dois choisir la langue des sous-titres. Bah, français. C'est la langue... Ben? Attends, mais... Oui, mais... Ah, confirmé. D'accord. Je me suis dit, attends, pourquoi il me pose 2 fois la même question? Avez-vous déjà joué à The Stanley Parable? Non, j'ai jamais joué. Ouais, c'est devenu très chiant de devoir... Les problèmes techniques, c'est un truc qui me rend fou. C'est... déjà, faire mes vidéos, c'est compliqué. Hein, ça me demande beaucoup de temps et tout. Mais quand j'ai un problème technique, ça me fait péter un câble. Et quand j'ai pas de problème technique, ce qui me rappelle, je crois, le nightclub testing sur Cats, je crois que c'est dans celui-là, où c'est que j'ai une mèche folle. Tu sais, j'ai une mèche qui fait ça. Tout le long de la vidéo. Et puis, vu qu'on a un bon éclairage, on le voit, tu sais. Enfin, là c'est pas comme ça, mais c'est plutôt un truc de ce genre-là. Puis j'ai vraiment l'air d'un bolos. Alors quand je pense que j'avais déjà retourné la vidéo à cause de problèmes d'écriture ou à cause de problèmes techniques, quand à la fin, le tout va, je fais mon montage et là je réalise que j'ai vraiment une tête de con. Ça c'est vraiment le genre de truc qui m'énerve. Mais vraiment c'est le genre de truc qui me fait péter un plomb. Alors déplacer le curseur jusqu'à ce que l'ordinateur soit à peine visible. Ouais bon on va pas aller trop à fond non plus. Hein. Entrer l'heure actuelle. Tu te fous de ma gueule? Attends, mais... On est quoi, 21h 7? Ah, mais pourquoi il me demande l'heure? Tu peux pas regarder l'heure dans la console? Et en plus, c'est que ce système PM américain que je déteste, ça me fait toujours bugger. Moi, 9h? Non, on n'est pas 9h. On est 21h. On a inventé la montre à 24 heures, justement parce que la montre à 12 heures faisait chier. Ça embrouille. Ça embrouille ton PM, AM, je m'en fous. Il y a 24 heures dans une journée, donc une montre, ça a 24 heures. On n'est plus à l'âge de pierre. Vous voulez pas aussi foutre un cadran solaire intégré dans la console, puis il faut la mettre à la lumière 20 secondes tous les jours pour qu'elle puisse se calibrer quand même, non? Sans déconner. Les paramètres d'accessibilité sont accessibles depuis le menu principal. Ouais. Donc, c'est parti. Du coup, ce stream, je le fais en dédicace à Tim, parce qu'il me prête son compte. Et en dédicace à Tim, parce que c'est lui qui m'a demandé de faire ce stream. Donc... Alors, je ne connais pas du tout le jeu, je ne sais pas du tout à quoi je veux... C'est un jeu que j'ai acheté sur Steam, mais que j'ai jamais lancé. Ça fait partie de ces tonnes de jeux que j'ai sur Steam, que tout le monde a sur Steam, hein, même un pro du support physique comme moi qui achète pas en démat, ou le moins possible. Eh ben, la force de Steam fait que tu vas quand même acheter des trucs dont t'as pas besoin. C'est le syndrome Ikea. Et donc, j'ai acheté Stanley Parable quand j'ai acheté mon PC Master Race il y a 4-5 ans. Je l'ai jamais lancé. Voilà, je l'ai jamais lancé, c'est la première fois. Donc, je sais que c'est un jeu culte, que ça se passe dans un bureau, et je sais que tout le monde a trouvé ça incroyable. Et c'est tout. Voilà, je sais pas du tout à quoi je vais être exposé là tout de suite. Donc, champ de vision. Ouais, bon. Le champ de vision de la caméra en général, plus on en met, mieux c'est. Sensibilité de la caméra, je sais pas. Langue, français. Sous-titres, taille des sous-titres. Bon, je vais mettre plus grand. Opacité de l'arrière-plan, ça va très bien. Afficher le nom des objets. Afficher les fenêtres colorées. C'est quoi cette connerie? Afficher les avertissements de contenu. Évoquer les thèmes du suicide, des traumatismes et de la santé mentale. Bon bah. Ok. Bon bah, il n'y a pas besoin d'avertissement. Je suis solide comme un roc, il n'y a pas de souci. Demander simplifier. Commande simplifier. Non. Commencer le jeu. Ah d'accord. Je me suis dit, c'est quoi ce texte qui est coupé? Mais non, en fait, c'est normal. Le thème du suicide, attends, ça va être un jeu Peggy 18, ce truc, ou quoi? Parce que je me dis, attends, mais c'est hardcore, là.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
D'accord, donc Stanley c'est un PNJ.
Something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Ok, alors on va directement augmenter la sensibilité. Putain. Bon, moi c'est approximativement fluide. C'est déjà ça. Donc je ne comprends pas. Stanley bosse. Il voulait bosser, mais il n'a pas de boulot parce que son ordinateur lui dit pas quoi faire parce que c'est un PNJ et sans IA, bah, il peut rien faire. Voilà, il n'a pas d'IA, donc il peut pas improviser un truc. Donc quand il n'a pas d'instruction, il bug. Voilà, donc c'est un pur PNJ de A à Z. Et il est tout seul au boulot. Et du coup, je sors de mon bureau alors que ce n'est pas dans mon programme. Oh mon dieu. Stanley est un peu paumé.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Bah là, il y a un ordi. Il y a des instructions dessus? Ah non, il s'est éteint. L'enfoiré. Puis les portes, elles, sont pas ouvrables.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Ah. Ça fait un bruit de clavier. Attends, mais c'est une fenêtre. Vous ne pouvez pas sauter. Ça a l'air d'être le jeu platinable en 3 secondes. Je me tape 2 trophées or pour avoir absolument rien fait. Je peux éteindre les ordis. Alors ça, c'est bon. Hein. Par contre, faire quoi que ce soit... Voilà. Éteint. Avec L2, je peux me baisser. L1 aussi. Bon, presque aucune touche ne sert à rien.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Mais... pourquoi ça fait des bruits de clavier où que je regarde, quoi que je fasse? Attends, puis comment il peut avoir des fenêtres ici s'il y avait des salles là derrière? Bon. Du coup, il y a 2 portes. C'est exactement la même merde.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Bon. Je vais arrêter d'essayer les portes, hein. Je vais arrêter d'essayer les portes, ça marche pas, ça sert à rien.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Bon, alors pour l'instant, le gameplay est ultra minimaliste. Hein,
Yes.
je peux me baisser et faire toc-toc.
So utterly captivating that even though all your but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Qu'est-ce qu'il a raconté? Ah, il y a des options d'accessibilité partout. Par contre, laisser le sous-titre plus longtemps, ça, c'est pas possible.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
En fait, la voix off, elle me parle. La voix off, en fait, elle est en train de me parler. C'est un personnage à part entière, donc, en fait, si je comprends bien.
To put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Pour l'instant, c'est l'éclat total, hein.
Sweetie, sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
C'est quoi ça? Sur carré sur votre manette.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Ouais. En fait, c'est un jeu qui fait de toi sa pute. Il te dit appuie sur ça, appuie sur ça, appuie sur ça. Il n'y a pas de jeu en fait.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown. Fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Moi, j'aurais plutôt dit qu'il n'y avait pas le budget pour mettre les autres personnages, alors ils ont fait le jeu comme ça.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Bon bah très bien, je le fais pas. C'est même pas l'heure que j'ai entrée au début du jeu. C'est très philosophique, hein. Si tu ne fais rien, Si tu ne fais rien, eh ben tu n'avances pas. Voilà, tu restes bloqué comme un con. Hein, le seul moyen de briser la boucle de ton existence répétitive et chiante et millimétrée, eh ben, c'est de rien faire. Mais si tu fais rien, tu fais rien. Stanley s'emmerde. Stanley a une vie de merde, exactement comme tout le monde sur cette putain de planète. Voilà. Que t'aies un taf ou pas, que t'aies des gosses ou pas, que t'aies une meuf ou pas, ou un mec, peu importe. Que tu te branles avant ou après le dîner, c'est pareil. J'essaie de fixer le centre de l'image pour essayer d'éprouver du fun. Je crois que je vais bientôt gerber. Bon, je crois qu'on va appuyer sur bas. Hein.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Je peux me barrer. Hein, il y a une autre possibilité. Hein, il y a aussi se barrer, s'acheter une console de jeu et jouer à des vrais jeux. Non, Stanley est trop con. Tu pourrais pas entendre une voix moins chiante dans ta tête aussi pendant qu'on y est? Non, il a fallu que le mec, il entende des voix et il entende 7 voix. Oui, je veux bien mourir. Mais j'ai pas les couilles. Donc comment on fait pour jouer à un vrai jeu là? Ah cool. C'est fini. Pareil pour moi avec City Skyline, j'y ai jamais joué. Bah ouais, je l'ai aussi acheté sur Steam, j'y ai jamais joué. Le but du jeu est de trouver le plus de fins possible, aussi bizarre puisse-t-elle être. Du coup là, attends, on est revenu au début? Ah non mais c'est la dépression ce jeu. Hein.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Putain, on est reparti au début. Oh.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Je vais pas à gauche, je vais pas à gauche.
The correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Je m'en
Perhaps he
fous.
wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Oui, ok, d'accord.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Ils ont refermé la porte derrière moi. C'est ça?
There was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Bon, le
Stanley
placard à
stepped
balai.
into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Bah, je peux aussi ouvrir la porte des chiottes. Est-ce que Stanley peut pisser ou est-ce que Stanley, il est tellement conformiste et PNJ que le mec, quand il baisse son froc, il y a que de la peau, tu sais. Il a rien, il peut pas pisser, il peut pas chier. Il a pas de cul, il a pas de bite. Non, il peut pas pisser. Stanley, il a pas de bite. Bon, je peux quand même ouvrir les portes. Il y a un semblant de... Il y a un petit semblant de simulation de gameplay.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
2, 8, 4, 5.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Oh, ça praborgne! Bon, Stanley ne voit rien. Stanley n'avait pas des yeux de chat qui lui permettaient de voir dans le noir. Stanley était un humain lambda qui n'avait pas de pénis. Il nous pouvait donc uriner quand il voyait des réceptacles en porcelaine prévus pour chier dedans. Stanley prenait un drôle d'ascenseur. Stanley s'emmerdait profondément.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Est-ce que Stanley va avoir une personnalité au bout d'un moment?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Centre de contrôle mental, oh, voilà.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
Bon, c'est une référence à quoi? À Matrix ou à X-Men?
To find out.
Oh, un chemin.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Il y a un écran qui est cassé. Il y a un écran qui est cassé. Le chiffre qui manque, est-ce que c'est celui de mon bureau? J'essaye simplement de comprendre.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Je crois pas que Stanley comprend le concept d'émotion en fait.
He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Moi j'ai mis la luminosité au max. Après c'est peut-être ton écran. Hein. Est-ce que vous voyez bien vous? Ah d'accord. Effectivement. Là je commence à comprendre ce que tu disais, Tim. Il va falloir mettre la luminosité au max. Bon, où est-ce que c'était? Attends. Comment je fais? Attends. Je peux pas changer la... Je peux pas changer la luminosité? Ou c'est moi qui suis vraiment con? Ou ce jeu tue trop de neurones, me tue trop de neurones et que j'arrive même pas à voir quand je vois les paramètres d'affichage. Ça c'est... Voilà, ça change ça. Autrement dit, c'est de la merde. Réinitialiser. Bon, ben... c'est de la merde.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Ça, on voit rien du tout. Hein. On ne voit que dalle. Depuis le menu principal, là, c'est génial. Bon, alors en gros, je suis bon pour me casser au menu principal quand on semblera de nouveau avoir terminé l'histoire. Je dois juste attendre que Stanley réalise que sa vie n'a pas de sens et qu'il se suicide de nouveau. J'imagine. Bah, c'est bien ce qui s'est passé, là. On est dans la deuxième run. Ben, cet écran, apparemment, je peux interagir dessus, mais pas pour l'instant, parce que quand j'appuie sur le bouton, ça fait plus des bruits de clavier, pour une raison que je comprends pas. 5.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Non, je pense que les gens comme Stan, ils ont besoin d'être contrôlés parce que c'est des PNJ. Ça lui ferait trop souffrir de réaliser qu'il peut faire des choix.
Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley?
Attends, le temps, il a augmenté, là.
Where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here.
Bon, j'ai appuyé sur tous les boutons, dans l'ordre.
That's Stanley. That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge, it's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Absolument rien compris. Donc Stanley est mort explosé. Ça fait seulement 40 minutes qu'on est en live. Moins les 15 minutes où on a eu des problèmes. Et vous savez que avant que j'arrive, donc ça fait quoi, 30 minutes qu'on se torture là-dessus. C'est incroyable, le temps il passe encore plus lentement que sur Five Nights at Freddy's. C'est incroyable. C'est incroyable. Il faut pas faire jouer à des jeux déprimants comme ça à des gars comme moi, quoi. Je suis déjà assez instable comme ça, non? Bon, il n'y a pas le machin. Faut relancer le jeu. À quoi ça sert de faire ça? C'est ainsi que vous vous souciez de votre expérience. D'ailleurs, je n'ai aucun moyen de vérifier si l'heure que vous avez rentrée est correcte. Mon cul. Puisque vous faites preuve de tellement de bonne volonté. Ouais, je fais preuve de bonne volonté, autant que je peux, hein. La prochaine fois que vous lancez le jeu et verrez cet écran, vous n'aurez qu'à saisir votre heure préférée. Allez-y, choisissez l'heure que vous voulez, même si ce n'est pas la bonne heure. Vous l'avez bien mérité. Sur ce, je vous laisse accéder au jeu. Super. Et comment je fais pour régler ma luminosité maintenant? C'est incroyable. Bon, le champ de vision, je vais le réduire parce que ça me fout vraiment mal à la tête, hein, ce truc. Tant pis. Alors, on va refaire une fonce game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh,
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where
m'en fous.
all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley.
Voilà.
Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone.
T'as payé ça combien, Tim?
Job, he wasn't crazy after all.
Parce que là, franchement...
To himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of the world outside this one.
T'as payé ça 20 balles.
Wake up, he thought.
Eh ben, je suis bien content de pas les avoir mis.
Through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming.
Non.
Please.
Je sais pas si... Enfin, ça c'est un peu bugué. Là, je fais pause, il y a de la musique qui se déclenche. Ouais, ben, c'est pas le problème, c'est pas qu'il n'y a pas de gameplay pur, vraiment, tu vois. Le problème, c'est qu'on s'emmerde. Ah oui, c'est sûr. Hein. C'est un walking simulator des enfers, ce machin. C'est chiant. C'est chiant comme la pluie. C'est incroyable.
Someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, For just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Il y en a encore qui sont là. Parce que là, franchement, on s'emmerde. Ouais, c'est déjà horrible à jouer, mais alors... J'avais dit que la prochaine fois qu'on ferait un stream, on ferait un stream sur un vrai jeu. Pourquoi est-ce qu'on se retrouve là-dessus?
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Stanley est tellement con qu'il peut pas courir. Du coup, on est obligé de se taper ça lentement. Oh, je me rappelle plus. Ce jeu, c'est tellement une boucle sans fin. C'est un... Ah, c'est éprouvant mentalement pour un gars comme moi. J'attendais à substance, les mecs. Pas un bouton, là, un chemin pour tourner à gauche, là où je sais plus, non?
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Oh, bon. Puis t'avais dit sur Discord que tu me conseillais d'aller voir les trophées. Alors allons voir les trophées. Alors, reçu pour avoir obtenu n'importe quel autre trophée pour la première fois. Finissez The Stanley Parable. Ah bon? Parce que j'ai pas fini le jeu. Test trophy description. Remplacer ceci. Quoi? Test trophy, please ignore. Test trophy description. Remplacer ceci. Quittez le jeu et relancez-le. Non, sérieux, on a supprimé l'option. Vous ne pouvez pas sauter. Non, sérieux, on a supprimé l'option. Ah bon? Parce qu'elle y était avant? Jouer à Stanley Parable pendant tout un mardi. Fantastique. D'ailleurs, on peut regarder que le platine est bloqué à cause de ce trophée de merde. Je vais faire tourner ma console pendant une journée entière. Ben, je vais leur envoyer la facture à ces cons, là. Puis merci pour l'écologie, hein. D'accord. Cliquez 5 fois sur la porte 430. Terminez The Stanley Parable en moins de 4 minutes et 22 secondes. Temps de chargement non compris. Placez tous les curseurs de réglage du menu sur tous les chiffres disponibles. Ne jouez pas à Stanley Parable pendant 10 ans. Super. Les trophées ont l'air violemment à chier quand même, hein.
From here it's left. Oh no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking?
En fait, le seul moyen de gagner à ce jeu, c'est de ne pas y jouer.
Oh dear, would you hold
Ce jeu est un énorme troll, c'est un simulateur de jeu, quoi. Les mecs, ils savaient pas faire un jeu, alors ils se sont dit, tiens, et si on faisait un jeu qui faisait tourner le joueur pour rien? On va le faire tourner en rond pour rien, tu sais.
Okay, yes.
On va faire un faux jeu, on va vendre ça 20 balles, ça va être génial.
Is absolutely, definitely this way.
Ouais, bah tiens, moi j'y vais à l'envers, je prends des décisions, tu vois. Ah bah super. Oh putain, on est nouveau là.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, hmm? Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had...
Ouais, tu sais quoi? C'est génial, hein, regardez comme je réalise mes trophées. Dans ce jeu trop méta.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man.
Si j'ai pas mon trophée, je fais un scandale. Attention. Ah, merci. Génial.
Mr. Memo.
430. Attends, ça recule.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy? Click a door 5 times? Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks? Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this trophy to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way no matter the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
C'est déjà horrible.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times.
Ah!
437.
Mais ce jeu, mais il veut me rendre fou. Oh! C'est vraiment de la merde. Oh, c'est incroyable. Elle est où ta porte 300 machin là? 437. Attends, mais c'est pas du tout ici. Ah.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Il a dit combien? 415? C'est mon cerveau, il déconnecte. J'arrive plus à suivre. J'arrive plus à suivre.
Now, back to door number 437.
Mon cerveau, il fait bon, écoute, il n'y a aucune substance, moi je me casse. Hein? Voilà.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
C'est une torture. Oh là 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 là.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Elle est où la photocopieuse? Dis-moi pas que j'ai tout niqué là.
Yet there was not a single
Ah, là.
person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's
C'est quoi
office,
ça? C'est une
hoping
photocopieuse,
he'd
non?
find an answer there.
C'est une photocopieuse, ça, on est d'accord. Pourquoi ça marche pas?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Ça me fait penser à Astérix et Obélix, la maison des fous. Mais c'est exactement ça. C'est exactement ça. C'est ça. Ce jeu, c'est ça. C'est l'adaptation de ça. Un moustique. T'aurais dû t'acheter un kebab, Tim, avec ces 20 balles. Hein. T'aurais vraiment dû t'acheter un kebab. Vraiment. Vraiment, vraiment, vraiment. C'est un vrai temps de chargement ou c'est un troll? Parce que c'est rigolo les ascenseurs. Hein, c'est exactement... Bon, en fait, il n'y a pas de différence entre ce jeu et un ascenseur. Voilà, tu dois... Quand tu es dans un ascenseur, tu dois attendre et tu t'emmerdes. Bah, c'est exactement ça ce jeu. Tu attends et tu t'emmerdes. Du coup, j'ai raté le trophée. Bah alors, si ce jeu trop méta, il réalise que j'ai commencé à faire le trophée, que je l'ai raté parce que j'ai cliqué sur la mauvaise photocopieuse, si ce jeu est vraiment trop méta, il va s'en rendre compte. Et du coup, dès que je vais taper sur la porte 430, il va faire « Oh, tu l'avais pas trouvé, c'est dommage. Bah du coup, pour te remercier d'avoir subi ce jeu de merde, tiens, prends ton trophée. » Ah bah non, il va pas faire ça, parce que c'est un vrai jeu de merde. Oh là là. Ah non, mais la prochaine fois, c'est moi qui choisis le jeu. Hein? La prochaine fois, c'est moi qui choisis le jeu. Ah, en fait, c'était ça. C'est un simulateur d'ascenseur?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly...
Super, j'ai deviné, c'était ça. Ah, strophe de merde. Faut spammer 8 sur cette connerie. Génial. J'ai deviné. Quand je pense que je m'emmerdais sur Age of Empires 4. J'aurais dû faire un stream sur Age of 4. Ça aurait été mieux.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated, as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Ce plan vous montre le bureau au début de la partie. Le chemin entre le bureau de Stanley et les deux portes est le tout premier chemin conçu dans le jeu. Des sections ont été ajoutées et modifiées au cours du développement, mais l'organisation générale est restée presque inchangée depuis la première itération, bien entendu. Le rythme lors de la section d'ouverture devrait être irréprochable. Ce couloir a été déplacé et modifié afin que le joueur soit sûr d'atteindre les deux portes au bon moment. Deux portes. Ces deux portes ouvertes constituent la toute première pierre du game design. Il n'y en a pas. Une fois que cette salle a été créée, le reste du jeu a été émergé à partir de ce point de départ comme une exploration à la contradiction posée par cette pièce. Son de boutons. Une sélection de sons entendus dans le jeu à chaque utilisation d'un bouton. Chaque son est un mélange de frappe au clavier et de tonalité de synthétiseur. Okay. Super. Ah! Ça me parle. Le vieux solitaire sur Windows 95. Remerciements. Ah bah c'est les crédits. C'est rigolo d'avoir mis les crédits là. C'est vrai que sinon il n'y aurait pas eu de crédit. Parce que c'est un jeu qui n'a pas vraiment de fin. C'est un jeu qui a plein de fins. Et puis le générique aurait un peu niqué ce rythme. Du coup je comprends qu'ils aient mis ici le générique. Capture d'écran du bureau du chef en cours de développement. Horloge du bureau. En fait, on est dans un musée, là, je ne comprends pas comment... C'est la première fois que je m'amuse depuis le début du jeu. Je regarde des trucs, là c'est... Le narrateur a fermé sa gueule. Voilà, je réalise juste que le fait que le narrateur ait fermé sa gueule est un soulagement pour mon esprit. L'une des premières versions de la partie en sous-sol du jeu. Ah, l'une des premières versions de la partie en sous-sol du jeu. Où il y a le narrateur. Je vais pas là. Le narrateur, je veux pas voir sa gueule, il me fait chier. En plus, c'est tout blanc, on dirait presque un peu super hot. C'est cool. Salle de maintenance. L'une des premières versions de la salle de maintenance. Ça me dit rien du tout. Zone de guerre. C'est quoi ce délire? Zone de guerre. Au début du développement, nous avions imaginé une fin où Stanley se retrouvait sur un champ de bataille contre des extraterrestres. Le jeu développait sa propre intelligence et partait en guerre contre le narrateur. partirait en guerre contre le narrateur. Nous avons réalisé peu après que c'était pousser la blague trop loin et que c'était peut-être trop plat par rapport au ton du jeu. Certains l'ont aussi vu comme une manière de nous moquer des amateurs de jeux de tir, ce qui n'était pas notre but. Non, c'est juste que vous n'aviez pas le budget. En décembre 2018, nous avons annoncé la version Ultra Deluxe de Stanley Parable aux Game Awards. Voici la capture tirée des vidéos présentées lors de l'annonce du retard du jeu. Donc j'imagine que cet endroit n'était pas dans la vieille version, dans l'ancienne version sur PC, quoi. L'une des premières versions de la salle de pause. Mais ces trucs, ces premières versions, machin, truc muche, c'est des trucs issus de la version d'origine. C'est quoi cette merde? L'une des premières versions du choix menant à la fin de l'appartement. Un minuteur vous laissez 15 secondes pour décrocher le téléphone. Ne pas décrocher le téléphone menait à une autre fin. On dirait Portal. Ils sont bien grands vos écriteaux là. Ils nous font bien chier pour voir le truc. Une porte vers maintenance dans la salle de pause. Premier choix, c'est quoi? C'est des anciennes versions. Deuxième option. 2 portes vers maintenance. L'autre entrée serait cachée selon la façon dont vous êtes entré. Une porte vers maintenance dans la salle de pause. Ouais, je comprends pas, c'est quoi cette merde? Salle de réunion. Je ne comprends pas. C'est des prototypes. Il était important de placer correctement le couloir après les 2 portes, car les joueurs allaient les emprunter plusieurs fois. Nous avons discuté d'un certain nombre de plans, mais finalement c'est la version la plus simple qui a fait l'unanimité. Ouais. Vous vous posez la question, alors le couloir on le met là ou là? Donc il n'y a pas de truc plus compliqué à débattre quand on développe ce jeu. C'est quoi ce truc? La fin relaxante a connu plusieurs itérations. Cette pièce est la 4e version de la fin. Et nous pensions l'avoir achevée, mais finalement nous avons abandonné et modifié juste avant la sortie. Fin relaxante. Levier de fin relaxante. Décoratif. C'était l'ancien écran pause ou quoi? L'une des premières versions de la salle de compte à rebours. Vous avez passé beaucoup de temps à faire des premières versions. Quand on voit la gueule du produit fini, ça valait peut-être pas la peine.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Ah, je suis revenu au début. Oh, si seulement Stanley pouvait se mettre à courir. De gauche à droite, l'évolution du bureau de Stanley au fil du temps. La première date de novembre 2011, la deuxième de mars 2012. Et le troisième de février 2013. Passionnant. Maquette de game design. Voici le niveau que William, le level designer, a envoyé à Davy, le scénariste, en tant que proposition. L'efficacité de ce design a permis à William d'être engagé pour concevoir le jeu tout entier. Si l'environnement a beaucoup évolué, l'organisation originale proposée dans cette maquette est toujours dans le jeu. Super, bon. Fin de la liberté. Voici la fin de la liberté telle qu'elle apparaît dans la bêta. Voici la toute première version de la fin de la liberté dans l'alpha du jeu. Alors, allons voir ce connard de narrateur. Scène coupée de narrateur. La voix du narrateur a enregistré les dialogues du jeu entier à peu près 3 fois au cours des 2 années de développement. Voici des extraits des premières prises qui ne figurent pas dans la version finale du jeu. Ah ouais, on fait pas de petites économies. Hein. On a demandé au narrateur de parler dans un micro, on va mettre quand même on va mettre les bouts de rush qui servent à rien. Vous imaginez, moi, si je faisais ça dans mes vidéos, tu sais, quand j'enregistre une vidéo, le texte entier d'un iClub testing, je dois le dire au moins 15 fois. Et ensuite, je garde le meilleur. Enfin, ou alors, c'est parce que je me prends les pieds dans ce que je dis, ou alors je décide de changer une phrase. Enfin, laisse tomber, quoi. Vous imaginez, mais je ferai des vidéos de 4-5 heures avec du remplissage à la fin de la vidéo. Voici tous les bouts de rush que je n'ai pas utilisés dans le jeu. Enfin, dans la vidéo. Haha, lol. Je suis marrant. Alors, du coup, on se casse.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
Y a pas une fin troll où on se retrouve dans Minecraft? Je sais pas.
You can stop the program before they both fail.
Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other way to beat this game.
As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do.
D'accord, j'éteins ma PlayStation. C'est compliqué, hein. Du coup, je comprends même pas pourquoi est-ce que je me retrouve dans ce truc. On n'a jamais vu ça avant. Mon heure actuelle. Enfin, mon heure préférée, alors. « 19h19 », voilà. Non, c'est pas mon heure préférée. Ou bien vous n'avez pas résisté à la tentation. Après tout, je sais combien vous appréciez de me donner l'heure exacte. Et voilà, je suis maintenant curieux de savoir si c'est la bonne heure ou pas. Voyons cela avec un autre curseur. Quel est le degré d'exactitude ? C'est juste du troll ce truc, ça sert à rien. Bon, c'est pas exact du tout, voilà. Vous savez, je voulais juste vous dire que cette heure soit exacte ou non, je passe un excellent moment à régler ces paramètres. J'ai l'impression d'en apprendre plus sur vous et vos préférences. Non, t'apprends rien du tout. Il est bon de collecter des données. J'aurais aimé qu'on ait plus de curseurs, mais nous les avons tous utilisés. Je pourrais inviter de nouveaux curseurs pour recueillir des données à votre sujet. Ça n'a rien de compliqué. Oui, je vais en fabriquer de nouveaux. Je devrais être prêt la prochaine fois que vous démarrerez le jeu. Bon alors, on va faire la revanche du trophée de merde.
All of his co-workers were gone. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy? Click a door 5 times? Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks? Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Allez, bouge, dépêche. Qu'est-ce que je dois faire?
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this trophy to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way no matter the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417? Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437. Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Parce qu'en plus, ce con, il te fait traverser la baraque 14 fois.
Now, back to door number 437.
Ce jeu fait de moi sa pute. Il peut me faire n'importe quoi.
Well, I don't know. The copy machine. All right, back to room 417.
Ah.
Really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
C'est une souffrance jouer à ce truc.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Je dois faire quoi ici? Il a dit quoi?
Yes, this is great. You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416. We've almost got it! Now the copy machine do that one again! Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Ça me relaxe pas, ça m'irrite terriblement. Merci. Ça m'irrite, ça m'énerve. Allez, on va prendre l'ascenseur. Enfin, la fin normale en désactivant le centre de contrôle. Ouais, bah, c'est ce que je vais faire. C'est exactement ce que je voulais faire.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine... blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes, he had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to
Allez,
do, or how to feel.
je veux sortir.
Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps
Fantastique.
the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Ah oui. Oh oui.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Ah, donc c'est la vraie fin, ça. Puis j'ai pas réussi à le faire en 4 minutes 22, c'est ça que je dois faire en 4 minutes 22 là pour... Ça c'est quoi en fait le trophée où c'est que c'est marqué que c'est un trophée test? C'est des conneries bien entendu. Qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire du coup? Je reviens, je vais pisser. Bon. Oui, mais il faut le faire dans une run précise, c'est-à-dire... Il y aura un musée qui rajoute le nouveau contenu. J'ai rien compris. Le trophée test, c'est un vrai. Pour l'avoir, il faut accéder à la porte nouveau contenu qui s'active après avoir obtenu plusieurs fins. Il y aura un musée qui rajoute le nouveau contenu. Donc un deuxième musée. Puis le sprint, je dois le faire dans une run précise, c'est-à-dire... Bon, on redémarre le jeu, comme ça on remplit des petites questions. Ah bon? Mais alors c'est un faux écran ce truc. Bon là ils sont amis ou ils vont coucher ensemble? Bon bah je les fais coucher ensemble, hein. Bien entendu c'était un troll. Placer le curseur jusqu'à ce que le menu change. Gratèche. Occultatoire. Bah gratèche.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
Je vais essayer de
memo.
refaire la run normale.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway. Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Bon, en fait, avec toutes ces merdes qui te font perdre du temps, c'est impossible de finir en 4 minutes 22.
Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Là, je suis déjà à 3 minutes. J'ai mis le compteur. Alors, je suis d'accord, j'ai pas été parfait. J'ai pas été parfait parce que j'ai bugué quand j'ai vu la nouvelle porte. Mais même, c'est impossible.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No.
Ah, donc en fait, t'es obligé de te laisser troller, de faire des speedruns ratés.
Life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly
Donc je suis obligé de faire plusieurs fois la même fin.
utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this...
Non, c'est pas à la seconde près, c'est pire que ça. 4 minutes 22, ça va être... Maintenant. Voilà. Donc, si je dois passer par la porte, maintenant...
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
Donc ça veut dire que je suis obligé de me retaper ça 4-5 fois pour réussir le speedrun.
He had won.
Ça va être amusant.
He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin. The
Bon, 5
feeling of
minutes.
liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Voilà, bah 6 minutes 40.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Donc là, du coup, je le refais encore une fois et pour finir...
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Putain, la souris a disparu. Bon, bah vas-y, go, voilà.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Ouais, je le fais après, c'est ce que j'ai
This
décidé.
sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, here we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Passionnant.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Ok. Ah! C'est pas pareil, là.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show... Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway. Oh, never mind. You're not a dork. Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special, and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak.
Oh, il y a des coquelicots!
Whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Putain, les mecs, ils ont même foutu... les vieilles fenêtres de Windows 7, là. Bon, bref. Oh, le disque de la musique du jeu. Par contre, foutre le jeu sur un disque, ça, vous avez pas eu l'idée. Hein.
Je suis dans la Memory Zone, c'est sur l'abri des loups.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Ouais, c'est ça. Mais en fait, c'était déjà le cas avant. Hein.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
Alors, je dois aller où, du coup?
These were simpler times, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I haven't bothered to play this game.
Les critiques négatives sur Steam.
The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them. Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Ah merde. Non. Haha. Ah mais j'avais pas le choix en fait.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Oh putain.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. I can't wait to see what ClubNeige will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their pressurized gas review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps.
Ah, je viens de comprendre sur Vapors. Steam, ça veut dire vapeur, traduit littéralement. Je comprenais pas. Ah putain, je suis dans la détente. Hein.
I guess I should become better educated on how exactly pressurized gas works. Perhaps that would have been a small...
Ah putain!
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about, I know. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're... Oh, Stanley.
C'est le meilleur truc du jeu. Tu peux chier sur le narrateur en appuyant là-dessus. C'est génial.
Goodness, I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking, and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same? Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through.
C'est bon, le narrateur il s'est suicidé. Même la plante est morte.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs... The end is never the end, 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 is never the...
Ouais, bah ça devient Portal 2 là en fait, gentiment. Hein. Oh non. Oh, j'ai cru que je mettais softlock. Non, les plantes ont crevé. Ah, ils se croient vraiment marrants avec leur simulation de jeu à la con. Oh non! Non, mon bouton skip! Oh non! Oh non! Oh non! Qu'avez-vous fait, bande de monstres? Oh putain! Et maintenant, je suis dans un désert. Oh là là! Bon, puis le narrateur, il est mort.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Il y a encore du nouveau contenu ou pas?
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Ça vaut la peine de faire ce que je suis en train de faire, Tim, ou pas?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Super! Stanley Parable 2. Mais c'est fantastique!
Yes, you see, isn't
Mais c'est fantastique! Je me réjouis de le gratter sous le compte de Tim.
to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much
Ah, c'est Windows 10.
Deluxe, don't you think?
Les fenêtres.
What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Il y aura une VF dans Stanley Parable 2.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features. For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Putain, il y avait plein de nouveaux trucs là. Je suis nouveau prisonnier ici pour faire croire qu'il y a du nouveau contenu. Alors on va me piéger ici comme un con. Oh, c'est une prise d'otage ce jeu, putain.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley
Putain, ce jeu consiste à regarder ce jeu, à regarder le narrateur s'exciter sur de la merde. Il s'émerveille sur de la merde. Ça me saoule.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon
Ça me
you'll
casse
start
les
to
couilles.
lose all sense of who you actually are.
Allez, vas-y, casse-toi, passe à travers le sol. Et maintenant, qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Je peux me barrer? Oh oui! Je peux me barrer. C'est lourd.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Ce jeu est une grosse blague. Plus du même contenu mais en bien. Ouais.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true.
As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2. Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already. Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on. You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then. Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley. But I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel, to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Génial.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet? Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life. God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Pour réparer la machine, il faut ramasser les 6 figurines de Stanley et tu pourras revenir ici pour la réparer. Ah bon? Ok.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Bon bah ouais.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. Great! Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Il y a un tableau qui t'indique le remplacement quand tu passes dans le bureau de conférence, quand tu choisis le chemin pour aller au bureau du chef. Dans la salle de conférence, quoi. Bon, puis du coup, je suis censé faire quoi, là? Ça, c'est le trou sans fin. Ah! Paramètres champion du monde. 3 ballons. C'était où ça? Ah oui, un ballon. Épilogue. Bon, on se casse.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now? So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay, are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go, version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Ils ont changé les couleurs du menu. Ça, c'est complètement con.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Mais c'est exactement le même truc, juste avec des ballons, quoi.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
C'est exactement le même truc pour l'instant.
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Il y a le seau, où ça? Juste avant les 2 portes. Ah merde. Du coup, là, j'ai foiré. Si je fais... La suite est en pause. Recommencer le jeu. Si je fais recommencer le jeu, ça me ramène au début de Stanley Parable 2 ou pas?
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
En fait, le 2, c'est bêtement le 1 avec des merdes en plus, quoi.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley
Ah, je l'avais pas vu.
the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the 2 of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Bah, ça a changé, là. Ah.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about
Ouais.
mini stands?
Je l'avais deviné, ça.
What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing press. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Ah ouais, c'est que du coup, ça accélère le...
Yes, this is certainly
Ça accélère le dialogue.
explanation. Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Ah, si je campe dans le placard à balai, je gagne un autocollant. J'ai tué la petite bouteille? Je l'ai tué, je
The
crois.
elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Ah, je peux tomber sur le premier, monter sur le premier bureau. Ah bon.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started.
La texture de la parcelle est exactement la même que dans Portal 2, tiens. Bah c'est possible parce que je crois que le machin là c'est... Le moteur c'est Source, non?
To feel like a home. In fact, after some time,
Donc c'est possible, hein?
Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Et là, du coup, je recommence. Enfin, j'imagine.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Tu peux refaire la fin de l'appartement avec le seau. Elle est comique, celle-là. L'appartement, tu veux dire celui où c'est que... Où c'est qu'il se suicide à la fin dans son appartement pourri, là? Bah attends, je vais essayer de faire... What? C'est quoi cette merde?
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Attends, je vais essayer de faire la fin normale, parce que je suis presque sûr que là...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Là, je peux faire la speedrun, je crois. Du coup. Parce que dans cette nouvelle version, le narrateur, il parle beaucoup moins, là.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Après, je fais l'appartement, si tu veux.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Oh, il parle beaucoup moins, là.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world.
On est d'accord, là, le speedrun, je peux le faire, là.
No one except for
Ça
the
semble réaliste.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that... Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty. until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket.
Je veux dire que ma speedrun, elle est niquée à cause du saut.
Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms, not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room, but at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
C'est une machine à frustrer, ce jeu. Hein.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office? The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Bon, on va faire l'appartement.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes, good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and
Je sais pas si je pouvais faire ça avant.
did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment. Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's...
C'est l'endroit rouge et bleu où tu dois aller sans le seau pour une figurine.
Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Ah, une maman.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Bah oui.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
Bah oui.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 6.
Ah
Is
bah
this a
non.
bucket?
Ah bah non.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Bah oui.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is?
Faut demander de à Maman Ananas pour la question à 1 million.
Stanley, I can't keep
Oui, oui, j'ai pas lu, je suis d'accord.
I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Donc tu dis que je dois aller sans le saut dans le truc de questions-réponses complètement pourri là.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Mais cette plateforme, on pouvait pas y aller avant.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong
Hein?
foot here.
Quand on allait sur cette plateforme, on pouvait pas y aller en fait. Il y avait un mur invisible, non? Ou un truc du style. Et si je tombe là en bas, c'est... Oh! Là-bas. Oui, ils ont changé des trucs.
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then, different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Là, il y a vraiment 2 fins?
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me.
Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't
Ok, on tourne en rond.
running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
J'ai froid, putain. Et du coup, la dernière figurine, comment on fait pour y accéder? Ah, faut prendre l'autre truc, faut prendre le chemin bleu? Ou pas? Oh, c'est magnifique. Des gifs qui tournent. On dirait mon arrière-plan de stream, ouais. Oh là 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 là. Bon, je me fais chier.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Ben, je me casse. On s'emmerde.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing. No! Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me.
Non, s'il te plaît, Stanley, ne te suicide pas.
If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Oh non, Stanley. J'ai survécu.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Mis à part que je suis de plus en plus lent, est-ce que je peux crever?
Yes, perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about. I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
J'aimerais tellement avoir un truc à lire sur Discord qui est en train de se passer ou quelque chose pour passer le temps. Parce que vraiment là, on s'emmerde. Bon, je pense que vous avez compris, hein, il n'y aura pas d'autres vidéos sur Stanley Parable. Hein, on fait celle-là et point, quoi. Bon, est-ce que je suis censé quitter ou est-ce que je suis censé subir ça encore une demi-heure? Oh là là. Allez. Putain, heureusement que j'ai pas de travail, hein, parce que si je travaillais et que je jouerais à ça, mais j'aurais déjà rage quit bien avant. Suicide-toi pour faire chier le narrateur. Comment ça, je dois aller retourner me suicider?
No, perhaps not.
Allez, Stanley, il en a marre de voir des couleurs, il en a marre de la vie.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours. Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Bon, j'ai pissé, hein. Bon, alors, on va faire la fin de l'appartement avec le seau pour faire plaisir à Tim.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Bah, ça a changé, là.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
Ben voilà.
Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Et là, ça restart? Ah non. Où est-ce qu'on est là? C'est Resident Evil 7.
295, tape number. I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. Still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me.
Ça me passionne tellement, je vais aller chercher des piles.
What's that? Who's there?
C'est bon, ça restart. Est-ce qu'on peut faire la fin que je voulais faire pour Tim? Ah, salut Walid.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's just...
Ok, bah du coup à tout à l'heure. Bon, j'ai restart parce que je m'en branle complètement de son délire. Moi, je veux faire la fin que Tim voulait. Oh non! Il veut pas me laisser jouer le jeu. Il veut pas.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's just... It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time. Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley. And here was a second Stanlerine. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened. This was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really something special. It was by the red and blue doors. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Putain, on est revenu sur YouTube en 2006, là.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Windows Movie Maker.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here in the warehouse. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes.
Oh, je peux pas tomber.
They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Ce jeu, c'est un putain de script qui te prend en otage.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes, this spot in the warehouse. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Okay, on peut pas aller là.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this? Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, oh yes, the 2 doors! Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling this story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Non, je pense pas que c'est pris en compte. Je pense pas que c'est pris en compte, c'est complètement random. C'est bon, là, c'est le vrai jeu.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone. Not with the bucket.
Puis comment je fais pour aller à la machine? La machine qui me donne un trophée, du coup. Comment je fais pour y aller si la porte secrète du nouveau contenu ne s'affiche plus?
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone,
said. This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him. The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else. You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Il est où? Ah, je suis con.
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it. Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Ah, je finis ce truc-là et après je te dis.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No, 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 no. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Ok, bon bah Tim est content, on a fait sa fin.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find
Bon, du coup, je pense qu'on va s'arrêter là. Hein, parce que j'ai faim et j'en ai plein le cul. Ça fait 2 bonnes raisons. Du coup... Alors, bon, globalement, ton impression et ton avis sur le jeu. Alors... je ne sais pas. Alors, Le saut voulait passer un moment intime avec toi. Ouais, voilà, c'est quasiment l'histoire de ma vie, ce truc. Cette fin, c'est quasiment l'histoire de ma vie. Ah, ça est cringe. Bon. Du coup, qu'est-ce que je pense du jeu? Compliqué à dire. C'est clair et net que ce truc ressemble à rien qui existe. Hein, voilà. Je pense qu'on peut le dire, ce jeu ressemble à aucun autre jeu. Voilà, ça c'est sûr et certain, en termes d'originalité, on crève le plafond. Par contre, est-ce que c'est intéressant? Est-ce que c'est amusant? Non, je trouve pas. C'est un jeu qui... C'est le jeu qui joue avec toi plus que toi qui joues avec le jeu. Alors du coup, ça m'énerve. Ça m'énerve. C'est pas le genre de jeu... Tu vois, si quelqu'un me disait, est-ce que tu me recommandes de jouer à Stanley Parable? Je pense que... Moi, le truc, c'est que quand je conseille ou pas à quelqu'un un jeu, je prends quand même en compte si le jeu est bien ou pas, et je prends aussi en compte la personne, hein, et ses goûts, forcément. Je vais pas aller dire à quelqu'un que je sais qu'il aime, qu'il y a aucune chance qu'il aime, je vais jamais lui proposer, quoi. Je vais jamais lui conseiller. Donc, à vrai dire, ce jeu, il n'y a qu'une seule personne que je connais, peut-être, qui aimerait ce jeu. Voilà, je connais qu'une seule personne qui risque de vraiment aimer ce jeu. Mais sinon, je peux pas le conseiller vraiment, en fait, à personne, en fait, quasiment, à part cette seule personne. Et puis, bon, c'est quand même... Je crois que je l'avais conseillé à Tim au début, parce que je savais que c'était un jeu un peu bizarre, puis il avait accès à mes jeux Steam un temps, et du coup, c'est comme ça que lui, il avait fait sur PC, et qu'après, il l'a pris sur Play, et du coup, c'est moi qui ai récupéré sur son compte sur la Play. En fait, on s'est échangé les jeux. Lui, il y a joué gratos sur PC, moi, j'y ai joué gratos sur PlayStation. En gros, c'est un peu ça le délire. Du coup, ouais... en fait, pour un jeu dans lequel le narrateur est aussi important, ça aurait été quand même bien qu'il le fasse aussi en vrai VF, pas juste en sous-titres, parce que c'est vraiment casse-couille de devoir lire les sous-titres en permanence. C'est aussi pour ça que je peux absolument pas meubler, que je suis obligé de lire, et je peux pas lire à haute voix, parce que je lis trop mal, du coup... À choisir, je préfère le kebab. Ouais. Ah oui, clairement. Hein. Clairement, à choisir, je préfère le kebab, aussi. Ah oui, c'est clair et net. Ouais, voilà, si tu dois choisir entre jouer à Stanley Parable ou de payer un kebab, je conseille le kebab. Voilà, ça résume presque ça résume presque mon avis sur le jeu, quoi. Je veux dire, c'est vrai que c'est un jeu qui est intéressant quand même dans certains points. Parce qu'en fait, il est imprévisible. Voilà, j'ai envie de dire que c'est ça, c'est qu'il est relativement imprévisible. Mais en même temps, tu pourrais pas non plus... Le truc, c'est qu'il est pas assez imprévisible pour vraiment me surprendre. En fait, c'est juste une succession de scripts qui se foutent de ta gueule, en fait. Du coup, il est pas assez imprévisible pour être vraiment, vraiment impressionnant de ce côté-là. En fait, on va juste dire que le jeu est un espèce d'énorme script qui s'adapte un peu en fonction des choix que tu fais. Et puis, il joue avec le quatrième mur, et puis... et en fait, t'as l'impression que ce jeu n'existe pas. Voilà. Je veux dire, en gros, quand tu joues à un jeu et que tu vois des personnages, que tu vois un univers, et un gameplay, et des trucs, quoi. Le jeu, il existe. Tu vois, il crée un univers dans lequel tu rentres. Dans Stanley Parable, c'est impossible de rentrer dans l'univers parce qu'il n'existe pas. Il n'y a rien qui existe dans ce jeu. En fait, quand tu joues à Stanley Parable, c'est toujours toi. Enfin, quand tu joues à... Moi, quand je joue à Stanley Parable, je suis toujours Adrien. Et j'ai l'impression que tout est factice. Le narrateur est factice, les décors sont factices, le Stanley est factice, tout ce qui se passe dedans n'existe pas et est inconsistant. Du coup, mis à part un peu l'exposition, on va dire, de... Mis à part, on va dire que il y a quand même un peu... mis à part qu'ils essayent de faire une espèce de critique du fait que dans un jeu, il n'y a qu'une illusion de choix, c'est-à-dire que tu appuies sur le bouton quand le jeu te demande de le faire, en fait. Donc en fait, dans un jeu, mais au final c'est pareil dans la vie, hein, dans un jeu, tu peux appuyer sur un bouton, tu peux appuyer sur les boutons pour avancer dans le jeu, et le jeu va te donner une illusion de liberté, une illusion de choix, sauf qu'en fait, tout ça, l'illusion de la liberté, l'illusion du choix que crée le jeu, en réalité, il est limité aux idées que proposent les développeurs. Donc en fait, un jeu dans lequel tu es réellement libre, ça n'existe pas. Un jeu dans lequel tu as réellement le choix, ça n'existe pas. Dans tous les cas, tu es confiné dans l'espace de jeu conçu par les développeurs. Mais bon, dans ce cas, c'est pareil pour la vraie vie. Hein ? Il y a aussi l'illusion du choix. Tu crois que dans ta vie, tu es libre, tu crois que dans ta vie, tu peux faire ce que tu veux. Ben non, parce que de toute façon, t'as pas la thune. Voilà, t'as pas la thune. Tu veux t'acheter une grande baraque avec piscine, t'as pas la thune. Voilà, simplement. T'as pas la thune. Et si tu veux avoir la thune, dans ce cas, tu vas devoir restreindre ton temps et ta liberté pour aller bosser. Et si jamais, t'as pas assez pour payer ton méga fantasme, parce que même en bossant, tu pourrais ne pas gagner assez. Enfin, tu vois, en gros, la vie est aussi faite de limites et de règles. Et genre, même si tu es complètement cheaté et que t'as une tonne de pognon, il y a des choses que tu pourras pas faire quand même. Parce qu'il y a des choses que t'auras jamais la capacité, des choses que t'arriveras jamais à faire, des choses que tu pourras jamais avoir. Donc, du coup, faire un jeu qui dénonce les limites du choix dans le jeu vidéo, ça n'a aucun sens. J'ai envie de dire que c'est un jeu qui n'a aucun sens. Parce que dans la vie aussi, t'as des limites. Donc venir dire que le jeu vidéo, c'est quelque chose... parce que le fait que Stanley, au début, écrive sur son clavier, sur son PC, qu'il doit juste faire ce que l'ordinateur lui dit de faire, en réalité, c'est une métaphore du joueur qui appuie sur les bons boutons au bon moment pour progresser dans son jeu. Donc en gros, quand tu joues à un jeu, tu es dominé par la machine de toute manière. Sauf que dans la vraie vie, t'es aussi dominé par le fonctionnement du monde et de la société aussi. Hein. Et puis même si tu faisais péter la société, tu pourrais pas faire ce que tu veux non plus parce que la vie, la réalité a ses limites. Donc critiquer les limites dans un jeu vidéo, ça a pas de sens. Il y a des limites de toute manière, même dans la vraie vie. Donc critiquer les limites de quelque chose qui se trouve déjà dans quelque chose de limité... ça m'impressionne pas, voilà. Pour moi, on va dire que le propos que ce jeu essaye d'avoir, en fait, c'est un petit peu pour les blasés qui cherchent quelque chose d'intellectuel, voilà. Parce que je me rappelle qu'il y avait quand même beaucoup de gens, quand ce jeu est sorti, qui disaient que ce jeu redéfinissait complètement était une critique parfaite du fait que les jeux venaient trop scriptés. Voilà. J'ai envie de dire que c'est des gens qui sont blasés sans s'être posé les bonnes questions. Voilà, moi je suis peut-être blasé aussi, mais je me suis posé les bonnes questions, c'est ça que je pense. Enfin bref. C'est un petit peu de la... C'est un petit peu une masturbation intellectuelle, ce jeu. Quand on commence à en faire une analyse. Du coup, je le trouve pas si ouf que ça. Voilà, on dira qu'au moins il a le mérite d'être original, mais ça s'arrête là, quoi. Oh non, mais t'inquiète pas, Sony m'aurait jamais remboursé. Hein. C'est pas leur style. Hein. T'as qu'à voir avec le fiasco de Cyberpunk, comme les gens ont dû en chier un max pour se faire rembourser. Ah non, tu rêves. Sony, c'est pas Steam. Hein. Ouais, voilà, faut le remettre en 2013. C'est vrai qu'en 2013, il y avait plus de scripts, il y avait moins de... Et encore, quand tu regardes aujourd'hui, on dit qu'il y a moins de scripts, c'est quand même moins scripté. Ouais, oui et non. Quand tu regardes aujourd'hui, t'as un jeu sur deux, c'est un open world, et c'est un open world... Et un de ces open world sur deux, c'est un... Un de ces open world sur deux, c'est un gros tas de scripts. Tu regardes des open world récents, genre, je sais pas, n'importe quoi, en fait. Hein, tu regardes, je sais pas, les Assassin's Creed récents, ou Horizon Zero Dawn. Bon, tu me diras Horizon Zero Dawn ou Assassin's Creed, bah, c'est la même merde. Et même à choisir, Assassin's Creed est mieux. Donc, même les open world, qu'on en bouffe, en veux-tu, en voilà, eh ben, de toute façon, c'est des nids à script. Donc, c'est plus des Call of Like, maintenant, c'est plus des Call of Like bourrés de script avec des QTE à la con. Maintenant, le cancer, c'est plus des couloirs avec des QTE, c'est des open world avec des QTE. C'est un peu ça. Donc ça donne l'illusion vraiment c'est factice à mort, quoi, parce que il n'y a pas assez de... Il n'y a pas de gameplay assez profond qui donne suffisamment cette illusion de choix. Donc c'est pas en faisant un jeu qui... Pour moi, c'est pas en faisant un jeu qui, à ce point, dénonce l'illusion du choix dans le jeu vidéo qui va changer quoi que ce soit. Si tu veux, le vrai doigt d'honneur à ce schéma d'avoir des jeux bourrés de scripts, le vrai doigt d'honneur à ça, c'est Breath of the Wild. C'est ça la panacée, la solution. C'est ça le vrai jeu qui te montre comment faire pour repousser les limites de faire des choix. Voilà, donc en fait, c'est la leçon de game design, c'est Breath of the Wild qui nous l'a montré, pas Stanley Parable. Et ça, que ce soit en 2013 ou après la sortie de Zelda, dans les deux cas, ça change pas que Stanley Parable, c'est un gros script qui dénonce les scripts. Donc en fait, il se dénonce lui-même, j'ai envie de dire. Du coup, c'est con. Pour ça que, voilà, je vais pas pouvoir faire une masturbation intellectuelle tout à l'heure en me disant « Ah putain, qu'est-ce que c'est profond, Stanley Parable ?» Je vais me dire « Putain, quelle connerie !» C'est un petit peu le mec qui t'aura fait un énorme discours pour te dire un truc qui tient sur un post-it, quoi. C'est l'illusion du choix, en fait, dans Stanley Parable, c'est... C'est plus une illusion de la critique c'est plus une critique de l'illusion de la critique que l'illusion du choix. Putain, je me suis paumé. Je crois que ce que je dis, ça a plus de sens. Je me suis trop cramé le cerveau à essayer de réfléchir pourquoi ce jeu existe. Voilà, c'est ça. Et Stanley Parable dénonce ça, mais ne montre pas l'exemple. Vu qu'il en est un. Exactement. En fait, c'est une caricature, Stanley Parable. C'est pas une critique, c'est une caricature. Et une caricature, en fait, ça fait que se foutre de la gueule des choses sans apporter de solution, sans proposer de solution. Du coup, en fait, quand tu regardes une caricature, tu fais « Ah ouais, moi aussi, je suis blasé à ce point. Puis voilà. Alors que c'est pas une solution, c'est pas Breath of the Wild, quoi, simplement. Donc, en gros, bof, voilà. Bof. Mais j'avoue que la première heure sur Stanley Parable, ça a été une torture. Je me suis dit, putain, rendez-moi mon FNAF Security Breach buggé jusqu'à la moelle. Rendez-moi les 5 premiers FNAF qu'on s'était fait en stream. Je me suis dit, oh là là, je me fais chier encore plus que sur FNAF. Comment est-ce possible ? En fait, une fois que t'as fait plusieurs runs, tu commences à comprendre pourquoi le jeu est comme ça. Et ensuite, tu commences à comprendre, voilà, que c'est une caricature. Et tu commences à comprendre que c'est chiant. Mais tu commences à comprendre pourquoi c'est chiant. Et c'est toujours moins frustrant de comprendre pourquoi c'est chiant que de juste constater que c'est chiant sans savoir pourquoi. Et salut Nanuk. Donc on va dire que le jeu, au moins, il a le mérite d'être original et il a le mérite de m'avoir fait un peu réfléchir. Mais pas autant que j'aurais pu l'espérer pour commencer à venir dire qu'il y a vraiment une leçon à tirer de Stanley Parable, quoi. Pour résumer. Bon, du coup, on va pas tarder à s'arrêter, je pense. La vache, vous êtes tous restés du début à la fin? Oh, j'ai fait 17 vues, c'est incroyable. Alors, regardez, je troll pas, hein. J'ai fait 17 vues. C'est minable. Bon, bah, on va rage quit d'ici 3 minutes. Donc, si vous voulez dire quelque chose, c'est le moment ou jamais. Se faire chier plus que sur FNAF, joue à... Non, je vais pas faire partie 2 sur Stanley Parable. C'est sûr que non, hein. Je vais arrêter là. La suite, je le ferai en off, quoi. Tu joues bien jusqu'à la partie de golf, je veux pas dire, mais les 2 premières heures sur Last of Us 2 avant la partie de golf, on se fait déjà pas mal chier, hein. Heureusement que le jeu est beau et bien fait, sinon il y aurait pas grand chose à sauver, hein. Pour les trophées liés au temps, il y a juste qu'à changer la date. C'est pensé pour. Ah, ok. Bah tiens, bah, je vais faire ça puisqu'on y est. Je vais vérifier, ça c'est validé. Je suis pas sur le bon. Non mais à part ça, sur FNAF Security Breach, c'est vrai que le jeu, je trouve meilleur que Last of Us 2, quoi. J'ai passé un meilleur moment sur FNAF que sur Last of Us. Ça, c'est sûr. Ça, c'est sûr. Enfin, que sur FNAF Security Breach. Je précise vraiment, hein, Security Breach, le truc ultra buggé, là. Parce que les FNAF normaux, à part FNAF 4, les autres FNAF, les 4 autres... Je m'en fous. Je veux mon trophée. Oui, bah laisse-moi, casse-toi. Bah tu l'as plus, tu l'as passé à Team. Je veux dire, mon Last of Us 2 que j'avais déjà acheté en occasion, il est allé chez Puzzle, chez Team, enfin chez moi, chez un autre gars, chez moi, chez Puzzle et chez Team. Le jeu, il a fait 4 proprios. Épilogue. C'est ça le paramètre qui a été ajouté?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big...
Et alors ça, faut vraiment jouer tout un mardi ou c'est un troll? Ah oui, c'est après l'épilogue que tu peux avoir la machine à trophées. Bon, en fait, on s'en fout. Bon, bah du coup, on va s'arrêter là, hein. Du coup, ben, merci beaucoup en tout cas d'avoir suivi ce stream. Je sais pas quand est-ce qu'on fera le prochain. Pas tout de suite, je pense. Pas tout de suite, parce que j'ai encore... parce que si on peut faire un petit point sur Nightclub, enfin je le dis comme ça un peu à l'arrache, mais maintenant le programme, c'est plus le même. Voilà, ça a un petit peu changé. À la base, je voulais faire 4 vidéos au début de l'année. Là, maintenant, elles auraient dû toutes être sorties depuis un mois, mais elles sont pas prêtes. Parce que j'aurais dû descendre à Genève pour tourner ces vidéos, sauf que comme ma mère s'est pété la jambe, et ben du coup, le programme, il a un petit peu changé. On dira ça comme ça. Et du coup, ben, le truc a été énormément perturbé par rapport à ça. Maintenant, ben, forcément, j'ai dû préparer un plan B. En fait, j'avais préparé un plan B parce que normalement, ma mère pouvait plus conduire. Sauf qu'elle s'est mise à conduire quand même. Parce qu'en fait, on lui a dit qu'elle avait le droit. Du coup, j'ai changé le programme pour rien. Donc du coup, ben, je suis resté sur mon programme changé. Et je suis encore dessus. Voilà. Alors du coup, ce que je pense faire, c'est d'ici la fin du mois, j'espère, enfin peut-être à partir du milieu du mois, peut-être, mi-mai, fin mai, je compte rentrer à Genève quelque temps pour tourner des vidéos. Et je vais tourner tous les nightclubs pour jusqu'à la fin de l'année. Voilà. Donc je vais en tourner 6. Et ensuite, quand je reviens au chalet, eh ben, je les monte un par un. Et je les poste quand ils sont prêts. Donc je pense que... Et après, j'espère pouvoir en monter un par mois. Et puis les poster quand ils seront prêts. Comme ça, au moins, j'aurai sorti une vidéo par mois. C'est ce que j'espère faire. Donc j'ai pas trop le temps en ce moment, enfin, ni la motive, à vrai dire, de faire des streams. Donc je préfère mettre la priorité sur la chaîne principale pour l'instant. Donc le prochain stream, je sais pas. Je sais pas quand est-ce que ça sera, mais normalement il n'y en aura pas avant que je descende à Genève. Donc on va voir. On va voir, peut-être mi-juin. Mi-juin, on fera un truc. On pourra reprendre les streams parce que les tournages et puis l'élaboration des vidéos, parce que là en ce moment je suis sur de l'écriture ou sur du test pur, c'est-à-dire que je joue à des jeux en enregistrant et je prends des notes et j'écris mon texte. Enfin, je suis sur du test là, donc du test et de l'écriture. Donc pour l'instant, j'ai pas trop le temps pour faire des streams. Mais quand j'aurai avancé les montages et tout le bordel, je passerai sur, quand j'aurai avancé les montages et tout, ben je pourrai faire des streams plus souvent. Là en ce moment, j'ai plus trop l'envie de faire des streams. J'ai trop envie de me focaliser sur ce que je fais déjà. Du coup, voilà, tout ça pour dire que le prochain stream, ça devrait pas être à un moment. Aucun peut l'avoir eu legit. Bah bien sûr. Ça n'a aucun sens. Du coup, ben, en tout cas, merci d'avoir suivi ce stream. Et puis, moi, concernant les anciens FNAF, il n'y a que le premier et le quatrième que j'ai bien aimé. Bah ouais, bah c'est aussi mon cas. Il n'y a que le premier et le 4 que j'ai plutôt apprécié. Le premier, il a des tas de défauts, mais il a son charme. Et le 4, il a des défauts, mais il a surtout un concept original. Et il n'y a rien qui ne sert à rien dans le jeu. En fait, tout est là pour une bonne raison. Il y a très peu de random par rapport aux autres, quand même. Du coup, c'est vraiment celui qui a le meilleur gameplay. Ça vole pas haut, mais la hauteur où ça vole, il vole bien. Voilà. On dira ça comme ça. Ça vole pas haut, mais à la hauteur où c'est que c'est, ben, c'est assumé. Du coup, c'est pour ça que j'ai aimé le 4. Du coup, ben, je vous dis merci d'avoir suivi ce stream. Et je vous dis simplement salut, ciao et à la prochaine.